Meow, 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 meow. I'm not sorry. Hi. Hello. I have I have no cats. I have no cats on the cat cam. I'm sorry. I made you a cat because I didn't have any cats on the cat cam. It's the best I could do. Um, Greetings and salutations. Y'all, it's Mario Day. Uh, I'm seeing chat about a reminder to do the comparison. So someone asked for, actually two people asked for a comparison between two BCB lacquers polishes. So I am going to very briefly start with that. I already swatched it out because I'm like actually on the ball today, apparently, a little bit. And I am sweaty as fuck because, oh my God, it's hot in here. I have the window open. It's too early in the year to put the AC on. I refuse. And so I'm just boiling. But yeah. So I've already got the comparison sorted out on a swatch wheel. So we'll take care of that briefly, but then right after that, we're getting straight into Mario Nails because I think it's going to be a long stream because I feel like this is going to be some pretty detailed art. No matter how much I simplify it, it's going to be kind of a long stream. That's my guess. I'm betting that we have a 3-hour stream ahead of us, so settle the fuck in, kids. So welcome everybody. Who we have here? We got Pinky, hi, and Ray and Kat. Welcome everybody. That sounds boring. Hello, welcome. Yeah, Eurostream. I gotta take care of y'all. Even though half the people in here are not Euros, but that's okay. You're welcome as well. I have some flotsam. Hey, JJ, welcome. I have some flotsam on my desk because when Brian pre-ordered his Switch 2, which he pre-ordered I don't know if they did multiple versions, but it came with Mario Kart World, and so they like included some stickers, and the yellow thing is a little bag, and this is a little keychain. And there's a little pin that my little pole dancing skeleton friend is currently holding. So he was like, "Oh, I have some stuff you can use on your stream as like flotsam, whatever decoration." So that's what we did. And now it's time, and the sun is gone. It's over, and all of this is going to go away, never to be seen again. Or at least not for a little bit. We'll put that there so that the camera has something to focus on. Hello? Or not focus on, as the case may be. Woohoo, Mario stickers. All right, I'm going to preface everything as well. Can you please focus? Hello? I'm going to preface everything by saying I am old and Canadian. And both of those things mean at some point during this stream, I might accidentally call Mario Mario. I'm sorry. I try. But I am, as previously mentioned, both old and Canadian. So it might slip out. Y'all are just gonna have to cope with it, okay? Just cope with it. It happens. It'll be fine. We'll get through it together. Okay, so the comparison that was requested was a comparison between BCB Lacquer's Sploot, which is not what I'm wearing on my nails, BCB Lacquer's Sploot, which is from the Puppy Things collection that just came out. And Allison, you do it too? Team Mario. And from the BCB Lacquers Outlander collection, Je suis pressed. So, which is how I'm pronouncing it, but is not entirely correct. So what I did here was went ahead and did this during setup for stream. So I've got on this side Sploot, 1 coat, 2 coat, 3 coat. And then over here, Je suis pressed, 1 coat, 2 coat, 3 coat. And so you can see that like 1 and 2 coats, there's a little bit of visible nail line for all of them, or for both of them. Just a tiny hint with 2 coats. But the color it's similar. So I totally understand why this comparison was requested. For me, they're different enough. For some people, these are going to be a vibe dupe and they're not going to need both. But yeah, Sploot is definitely like a greener, like mintier kind of shade. And Je suis pressed is a little bit more like turquoisey. Did I say BKL first? I don't think so, but it's, sometimes the brain isn't attached to the mouth, so maybe. Is there another way to say Mario besides Mario? Listen, Mario is correct. I know it. I'm going to say Mario. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to try not to, but it's going to happen. But we're going to work on Mario. We're trying. I've been trying for years. It slips out sometimes by accident because, as I said again, old and Canadian. It's a thing. You say it's a me instead of is to me. Okay, yeah, so that's the comparison, and I will probably end up just taking a quick photo of this and posting that on my Instagram stories as well, so that words have lost all meaning. Yeah, seriously, JJ. Yeah, so that nobody needs to watch the stream necessarily, but I wanted to address that up front because the comment was left on the previous stream, on the Puppy Things stream. So that's that. And now we're going to get into nail art. So here's what I was kind of thinking about for this. So like I said, we have Mario Kart World, and we've been playing it. This is like our thing that we do pretty much every night. We basically sit down around midnight and we play one of the cup games, one of the cup courses. We're trying to get 3 gold stars for each one at each level. So we achieved it at the 50cc level, and then we achieved it at the 100cc level, and now we're working at the 150cc level, and let me tell you, it is difficult. It is challenging. We are not doing well. I did finally get the first one, not the first race, but my first 3-star at the 150cc level last night. I was locked in. So we've got one. The rest are inevitable. They'll come in time. But yeah. So that's what we do every night. We play a cup race, and then we play a versus race, and then we do a balloon battle. And I kick Brian's ass in everything except for the balloon battle. We're about even on the balloon battle. So, hey, bow and arrows. Welcome. So yeah, I was thinking I kind of want to do Mario Kart World, or Mario Kart in general, Manny. Now, I always race as Nabbit, and so I feel like Nabbit has to be in there. Brian has switched around a little bit. I've done Nabbit right from the very beginning, so Nabbit is 100% in there. Brian is currently playing as Rocky Wrench, who is a character I was wholly unfamiliar with. But he also previously played as Cow and Penguin. And so maybe I want to do those characters as well. Oh, you're welcome, Otter. Yeah, I've been streaming twice a week now. I've been doing Tuesday afternoons for me, so that the Euro crowd can come in as well. Um, yeah, so I do Tuesday afternoons and Thursday even my usual Thursday evenings. Um, JJ, you're always Yoshi. I love Yoshi. But I just there's something about Nabbit that just really makes me happy. I think it's the little like the ridiculous bandana that is supposed to go, over usually the eyes with cutout, but instead he's decided that it's going to be his mouth, and there's something so charming about Nabbit. I actually I don't even know what games Nabbit is in besides this, because I haven't really played any Mario games other than I played God, I mean I played the old Super Mario Brothers on the Super NES, the SNES. On the actually I think I played we had my stepbrothers had an NES and then an SNES, but I feel like Super Mario Brothers didn't come out until the SNES, right? Anyway, um, yeah, so I've played that one, and I've played the N64 version, whatever that one was. I can't remember the name of it. I played a little bit of that with my mom actually, um, and we got that for the kid when she was itty bitty. We got the N64 for her, and so mom and I used to play it a little bit because actually Carmen was too young. Anyway, so those are the only games I'm familiar with. So I actually don't know Nabbit outside of Drawfee. So Mario Kart for N64 was king. I never played it. I have played Donkey Kong, which I think is the first appearance of Mario. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm thinking someone had, as soon as I mentioned, or as soon as we were talking about doing Mario Day nails, someone mentioned that I had to use this polish from BCB. And so I think what I'm going to do is use this as my base on all my nails. So this was from their 5-year Indieversary Nostalgia Games collection, which came out last summer, early last summer. So I'm going to use this Let's A Go from BCB Lacquers as my base for the whole mani, and then I will hand paint over top. So that's the plan. And other than that, I don't know what the plan is. I will probably find some screenshots from Mario Kart World, either screenshots or like promo shots, whatever, and just throw some characters on there. That's sort of the vague plan at the moment. So we're probably going to want 2 coats. We're definitely going to want 2 coats just to even things out, because especially on my thumb, I always struggle to get even coats on my thumb with any kind of jelly that needs build-up. It's easier always on my other nails. It's just like something about the thumb always causes me problems. And yet, it's the nail that I do my swatch reels for, or with. It's like freaking 26 degrees or something out there right now. Celsius. I can't help you Americans with what that is in freedom units. High 70s maybe? Mid 70s? I don't know. Too warm for indoors. You say it in Mario voice. You want it said in Mario voice, Cat, you gotta do that yourself. Hey, Yanelli, how's it going? Oh boy, I really just went ahead and poured some onto my skin there, didn't I? Let's take care of that. All right. So we'll get that cleaned up. We'll do a second coat. I should probably look for... Okay, so 78 Fahrenheit is 25 Celsius, so we're going to be closer to 80, I guess. For in freedom units is what we are here at the moment. Okay. I'm searching I'm just searching online for some good reference images to go from. I should probably put in the specific character names. So, Nabbit. Oh my god, I love him so much. He's such a little freak. I can't help it. He cracks me up. Let's see if I can find a good... Alright, let's see if... Please, I just want to see the image bigger. Okay, I like this one. This is, I'm going to just go ahead and find a few here. So we got Nabbit. Who else did I want? I want Penguin. Because Brian has played Penguin a fair bit. I'm just trying to find some gameplay photos. This is probably really interesting for you to look at. Here, let me show you what I'm doing. I'm literally just scrolling. Where's Safari? There we are. I'm literally just scrolling for penguin photos. Maybe that one's a little bit of a weird angle. Oh, this one's good. Okay, I like this angle. So we'll open that in a new tab. And then who else do we want? We want cow. Does the cow have a name besides cow? I don't remember. He's such a good cow. Also, the cow holding a massive hamburger is very messed up. Very messed up. All wrong. You simply cannot. Okay. Maybe this one. Not new window. Please. Please. New tab. And then Rocky Wrench. If it makes you feel better, I never notice on your thumb. I always get pulling/bump at the tips of my nails, and my ring finger is the one I have the hardest time with. That's so funny. Yeah, it's 26 Celsius is really, it's funny because if there's a breeze, it's a very comfortable temperature. But if you're indoors, it's like, why are we suffering this way? This doesn't seem necessary. Bum, 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 bum. What are we going to use for Rocky Wrench? I didn't mind that one that oh, what's this one? Let's open that in a new tab, get a better look at it. Oh my goodness, it's tiny. Okay, let's not use this one. What was the other one I was looking at? This one. Is it not wearing its thing? Oh, this is not. This is the mole thing. I want him driving. Come on. Give me Rocky Wrench driving. There's one. Okay. Open a new tab. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Yeah, Penguin is very cute. I like Penguin. And then maybe for so I could do maybe the characters on my these 4 nails and do like maybe what do we think I should do on my thumb? Should I do like lettering? Should I do I feel like the whole logo is going to be challenging. I guess I could do Mario himself. Sorry, Mario. I could do Mario himself on the thumb. That would work. Let's do that. Unless somebody comes up with a better idea in the meantime. All right, I think we're ready for our second coat. Just gonna make this, whoop, not that. Hello? Can we please make this smaller? Indoor temp versus outdoor temp will never make sense to you. 21C indoors is your ideal temp. 21C outdoors is heat-induced rage. Interesting. Is it a matter of like the fact that you're more likely to be A, wearing more clothes, and B, more active when you're outside? Because like sitting on the sofa versus walking around, there's a huge difference in how you experience the same temperature. And I find like if I have like bare feet versus wearing shoes, that changes my experience of the temperature. I see you, cat hair. It tried to become part of this Manny. It's gonna have to try again later, I guess, if it really wants to. But I'm not getting away with it this time. I don't know if we're going to end up doing like just the head, like from the head section or full body, or if we're going to get some of the car in there or the cart or vehicle. It's honestly going to depend on how big I accidentally end up making them, because sometimes I end up making things like bigger or smaller than I really intended to. And I'm going to tell you in advance, I'm just going to roll with it if I do that, because otherwise I'm going to drive myself crazy. Okay, well, apparently I caught the one hair, but I didn't catch the one that decided to get into this one. But it's already there, so I think we just totally tapped my fingertip on a bottle. It's fine, it's good. You don't know, you just know it feels wildly different? Valid. Okay. So we are going to do a top coat before we get into actually putting the characters on. Jamie just made the funniest noise. So I think, oh my God, I love Nabbit so much. I'm thinking, because I love Nabbit the most, I might put him on my middle nail. Maybe your apartment is cursed because you face west and can't escape the sun. Yeah. So my studio and Brian's office both get the most sun and end up the hottest. There's actually more afternoon sun on the wall that's this way. But there are trees sort of giving a certain amount of shelter. We get morning and early afternoon sun coming in through these windows, and it gets real hot, and there's no sun, or there's no trees there to really filter things out. Leo, you've arrived. Oh, thank goodness. I was starting to worry. Leo, we've just been we've put our base coat down. We're using BCB Let's Go from last year. Oh, I should mention I did get that in PR. So that was from the 5-year Indie-versary for. They had their whole nostalgic games collection. So I've got that as my base, and I'm doing Mario Kart World nails. He used to have a building opposite, gave some shade, but they demolished it, and now you're a greenhouse. Let me tell you, JJ. I used to live, my last apartment before I left Toronto was an ancient warehouse. It was a really old warehouse that had never really been converted for apartments. It was just like, it was like one of those live work art studio kind of places that had been slowly converted illegally by various residents over the years, and there was no air conditioning, and the windows are the old warehouse type that swing out, like they swing this way up and down, and you can't. There's no way to put an air conditioner in the house. You can't put a window unit in, and the power situation in there was a lot of daisy chaining of extension cords attached to extension cords attached to extension cords, and the electrical load couldn't really handle having air conditioners operating. So it was a problem. And so in the summertime, and I was on the top floor with no shade in any direction. All the other buildings near us were the same height as us or lower. And so in the summertime, I recorded the highest temperature I ever recorded in my bedroom in that apartment was 37 degrees Celsius. Which, like, horrific. There's no way to just be okay in that. Literally, you just have to sponge bathe constantly. You have to lie there as still as possible and wipe yourself down with cool water. It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. Now, it wasn't like that very often, right? Like, it would be the very hottest days. You would get that for a few hours, but yeah, awful. So I have a lot of sympathy for people who live in countries where AC is not a typical thing, and there's no real infrastructure to support it, and they're suddenly getting crazy hot days like that, because you can die from that if your body is not equipped to manage that. If you have any kind of issues with expelling heat, with sweating, with things like that, you can get real messed up. And that's of course not even including the humidity, the humidity that always makes things worse. Yeah. Anyway, it was a great apartment in all other ways. And I'll tell you what, in the wintertime, it was toasty. It was so warm in there in the wintertime. We would have to open the windows just to get the temperature down in the middle of winter, the friggin' coldest days, because the downstairs people would crank their heat, and you know, there's like, it was an older, the like water pipe, the steam radiators. So yeah, just it was hot year round. It was always hot. But at least in the winter you could cool off. Someone had actually, in my bedroom, the windows didn't open at all. They didn't even have the swing style. They were just fixed tiny window panes. And so some previous occupant had actually smashed one of the window panes to get some airflow. And and then in the wintertime, I guess they were just like blocking it with like a chunk of wood. And I ended up having a piece laser cut with like a nice decorative piece laser cut and then backed with acrylic and glued it in there so that it was at least like, it looked like it was on purpose, and it did a proper job of blocking the wind. But yeah, a lot of Europe is not designed for that intense heat because you don't get it normally, right? Historically, you haven't gotten it in large parts, especially in Northern Europe. And like the UK historically has not gotten crazy high heat. And now that's happening a lot, right? So you pretty much live like a vampire in summer. Yeah, for real. I also have a very vampiric lifestyle year round. Which of course just makes the sad even worse in the wintertime, but that's okay. We get by. All right, I managed to get some top coat here without noticing. And we're about ready to start with the actual thing. I did pull a few colors, because I knew I would need some primary colors. For Nabbit, I feel like he's kind of in between. Or like maybe highlights, the lighter sections of him are in Work Bestie, but then in the shadows he's more gravity. A little more indigo. So maybe we'll use a combination of these two for Nabbit. And then for his little mask thing, it's not quite white, so I think I will use, this is one, Butter Me Up. And then I'm going to need some red, which I think I will have to desaturate slightly. And some gray, which I can mix, or I guess I can just use, I do have gray. Let me grab a gray. Duct tape gray. I pulled mostly Hollow Taco, just because it was easy. Okay. I think we start. What you doing, Jams? Hang on. I don't know what she's doing over there, but there she is. Cat on cat cam. Being a weirdo, apparently. Jammy Dodgers, there's nothing in there. It's empty. Are you looking at your reflection? It's just a little glass fronted box that I need to put up. It's like supposed to get mounted on a wall. She's just being a little weirdo. Okay. So I'm going to start with just mixing a little bit of, whoop. Apparently so out of character, but apparently I didn't clean the threads. You know how I'm usually so good about cleaning the threads of my nail polish bottles, but... All right, we'll add a little bit of this to start, and then we'll add more for the shadowed areas. So I think we'll put him here-ish. I don't think I really want to do the whole bike because I think it's just going to be too complex and I'll get annoyed. So I think I want to zoom in a little bit on their faces. That went a little bit too low, but that's okay. And then... his ears are... whoops. His ears are weird. They're like a little bit boxy. They look like they're inflatable ears, but I don't know. They're weird. Is she detecting spirits? Brittany? Hello. What are you doing here? Hey, I'm using Let's A Go as my base. How's it going? Cause it's Mario Day. You don't leave the house during summer there? Sometimes getting to the car is too much. You're dissociating and not wanting to work. Valid. Cannot say that I blame you. All right, did I make that ear too big? Or is this ear a little too small still? Or maybe both. I don't know. Might be both. It's fine. We're just going to keep going. Well, you're welcome to dissociate here with us. We're happy little dissociators. Oh. I think Jammy's gone into the window. She might be lying down in the window. If she settles herself in there, then I will try to find a way to adjust the camera so that you can see her there. You've been hit with a migraine. That sucks. Your YouTube verification you sent in before uploading your first video just got approved? What? Wait, what verification? You're supposed to be verified? What verification are we talking about? I don't remember being verified for anything. Maybe it's just too long ago so I don't remember it. I don't know. Okay. Get this here. By the way, can y'all hear my fan or nah? I needed to have a fan. There was no way I was going to survive today without a fan, but I can't really have it blowing at me because everywhere that I put it, I was noticing in the speaker, or the microphone pickup, it was really picking it up. So I put it sort of down on the ground, and I could still kind of see it on the mic, but it didn't seem to be too bad. But just to give me a sense of how your experience correlates with what I can see on the readout, is that like at all audible to you? Oh my god, why is someone phoning me? No, go away. It's so hot outside already, you're trying to entertain Willow indoors? Good luck. Freaking Labrador puppy entertained indoors. Forget it. Oh, you had to add a face scan. Weird. I don't love that. Okay. Let me get a little zoomed in here. See what's going on. So it looks like his arms are black. Is that true? I guess so. His arms are black. How weird. That's unexpected. Cannot hear the fan. Okay, good. I was hoping that would be the case. It's just real hard for me to tell what's actually audible for people. Because someone said last stream that I'm always quiet for them, and I don't understand how that can possibly be the case. It doesn't sound particularly quiet to me on the occasions that I watch back my own videos. Could depend on the device they're on too. All right. Get a little nabbit tummy going here. This is going to be mostly hidden by the bike, I think, but we gotta have it. We gotta have some nabbit tummy. Never thought of adding thinner to the palette for dried polish. Oh yeah, I do it constantly. I mean, I often add thinner as I go along to keep the polish workable as well. But yeah, if you've got polish on there that's like most of the way dry, you can usually bring it back at least part way by adding thinner. Okay, I think we're going to leave this nail for a bit. Let everything dry down there before we move to the next thing. So let's go over to Penguin. Now, I don't think that the color, because I pulled Royalty Blue, and that's definitely not quite the right blue. I think that Cracked Fresh Pedicure, is that the one I'm thinking of, might be closer? Or maybe Board Meeting? Let's see. They're fairly similar. I might need to do a mix. So that's Board Meeting, and that's Fresh Pedicure. I think Board Meeting is slightly closer. Neither one of them is quite correct. Penguin is like just a tiny bit more purpley. I wonder if adding a little hole up. That's actually much closer. That's almost bang on. It looks a little dark in the camera, but this is Bluebell Bonnet from Cracked. This one I got in PR. Oh my god, Timony Cricket is crying. Why do you recognize that name? Because because Leo is Opossum Claw on Discord. Or Leo Opossum or something like that. Opossum's in the name. Ray, you like how I have the perfect crumb for everything? Listen, I don't. But I do have a fair number of crumbs. I do think I'm going to have to mix a tiny little bit. I think maybe with fresh pedicure. Just a little. But like, this is why I like to have so many, I like to have a good array of crumbs. Because it's a lot easier to mix the right color if you're coming at it from something that's very close. If you're coming at it from something that's further away, it's a lot more difficult. I feel like we're not quite there. What I actually want is a touch of a neon purple. That's what I want. Here we go. Let's try this. And then a touch more of the blue as well, I think. I'm going to end up fucking being so annoyed because I'm not going to be able to mix it perfectly. I just know it. And this is why I'm constantly buying cremes, because I'm like, I need more. I need more mixing options. I need more mixing options. It's not quite right. It's getting so close, though. Definitely need more blue. Is this going to be good enough? It's good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Okay. It's close, y'all. It's close. Display name is Leo. Username is Possum. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even remember what your actual username is anywhere. I just remember that, like, Leo and Opossum are the same in my head. So there's another, was it an opossum at the start of stream that was here? I don't know if they're still here or not. The person that asked for the comparison on the previous stream. I was confused for a second, and then I was like, that's not Leo. What's happening? 2 people with similar names on the internet? How can this be? More white to shade it round. Yeah, I'm going to need to, for sure, do some shading. But we're at least real close to the actual, like, base color. Close enough for government work, as they say. All right, here's Penguin's head. Oh, I see you. I see you, cat hair. You can't hide from me. I mean, you can and you do regularly, but got the angle wrong, but that's okay. Definitely know more than one opossum on Insta, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. But it seems wrong somehow. Like, you can't be that person. This other person is that person. All right. We get one little flappy flap and the other little flappy flap. We're not even going to have the full flappy flaps out because I've got him too close and his little flappy flaps are long. That's the scientific name, by the way, flappy flaps. In case anyone's confused or thinks that I'm saying something silly. No, I'm just being, scientifically accurate. They are called flappy flaps. Some of you are bad at detecting those kinds of silly jokes, so that that was a silly joke. It's okay. It's not real. Everything you know is not a lie. You're fine. Is the proportion kind of, I guess it's close. It's close. It's close enough. Is it close enough? It's close enough. It's not close enough. I'm gonna, you know, every time I say something's good enough, then I have to go in and fix it some more. And I just messed that up. This is why when it actually is good enough, you should just stop. Otherwise, you're going to mess it up. It's okay. This is why we put the top coat down before we start the nail art. There we go. Peggy saying something silly? Inconceivable. You keep using that word. All right, we need some white in here. Penguin really is quite a shiny white fella there. He's got a very white tummy. Okay. Big white tum. There's still like so many of the characters in the game that we haven't unlocked yet either, which is like we've unlocked so many, and if I scroll through, I can see that there's still like a ton of shadowed, like grayed out characters. I'm like, who the hell are we still missing? I don't even know. There's obviously a ton more characters that I am not familiar with at all. This needs a little bit of thinner to help me out here, because I want this to kind of just blend a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Love seeing the shapes come together. Yeah, me too. This is why it's always funny for me when people are like, I would like a tutorial on how you did this thing. And it's literally just like this. Like I don't know how to I don't know how to break this down into a tutorial for you. You look at the shapes, you draw the shapes, and then you draw the rest of the fucking owl. I don't know how it happens. You just look at the thing, and then you make the thing be on your finger via the brush and a lot of practice. Paint what you see, which is not a useful tutorial in any way, shape, or form. Which is why I don't refer to these things as tutorials when I show people how I've painted something. I'm like, this is not a followable tutorial. This is just you just watching me do things. It's not exactly the roundest of rounds, is it? I feel like I can do a little better with rounding that. Although I might need a bit of thinner here. You know, I should leave it alone. Okay. Yeah, there's no trick. You just put polish on the tiny brush and apply it to the finger until you build a shape. I do try to sprinkle in some tips, but it is definitely like it's more like, here are some things that I've learned that might help you a little bit, rather than like follow these simple steps, because they're not. You have to do just a ton of practice to get there. There's like a little bit of like a white. I don't know why I'm doing detail on this fucker and I wasn't doing detail on the other one yet, but here we are. This is just how it's happening. This is just how it's happening today. All right. You know, it's fine. All right. Yes, we're gonna get the. Should I start? No, I'm gonna leave the beak for now. I like how in this photo, his steering wheel is like clipping through his tummy. This is just fully embedded in his little penguin tummy. You learn lots that you will pass on to people, but totally forget to use when you do nail art. Valid. I don't even like always follow all the tips that I give either, right? Like sometimes I'm like, fuck it, we ball. Okay, I'm gonna try and set up the cat cam so that you can see Jammy, at least a little bit. Give me a second here. There's a limit to how visible she's going to be because I can't get. I wonder if I can actually hang on. Hi. Maybe I can go this way. If I have something to put this on. And this is why I don't have the cat cam on the main while I am moving it. Now, if I can just hang this up here. There's my baby girl. What a good kitty. Okay. Hopefully I won't jostle this too much. If I do, it might just fall down. Okay. You like oversharing details on how you did a look? I mean, I feel like streaming it is about as oversharing as it gets. There's no good way for me to distill it, is all. Okay. Ku. I think Ku should be on my pinky, even though Ku is kind of big, but Ku is just gonna have to go on my pinky. Oh, hi, Yaneli. Oh, hi, Mark. We need some white, some black, some custom weird fleshy color. Actually, I might have that weird fleshy Play-Doh color. Hang on. Or at least something close to it. That's pretty close. That mixed with some Butter Me Up, that's pretty damn close. Okay. This one was a PR from Abomination Nail Polish. This is Sand Crab. All right. So we're gonna need that. I'm gonna need more than that. I'm 100% gonna need more than that. Just a little bit. Yes, cool. Listen. It's the tiny little bit of Scottish blood I have coming out. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I'm gonna need a little of that. Because this is going to be the muzzly bit. It's fairly wide. Let's make it more wide. So we got the lower half of the mouth, and it kind of comes around. Am I going to have room for everything above that? No, I am not. I need to move all that down a little. All right. Once again, this is why we use top coat before we start on the art. Proving once again that I am marginally less stupid than I give myself credit for. Not much less, but tiny bit. Bum 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 bum. Biggest chinus. So wide coup. And then, oh, I'm definitely going to need some more of this stuff. Who? Getting warm in there? Yeah. Didn't you have your fan on? No. Brian had his office door closed because he was in a meeting. And, I see. I don't get enough breeze with my door open for some reason. You don't? No, I get almost no breeze.
I guess it's all coming through my window.
I guess so. Lucky bastard.
Jamie, are you blocking the breeze?
Jamie is single-pawedly blocking the breeze.
Jamie, you look so funny. She looks like she's glaring at me.
Well, she's got resting glare face. All right.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh my God, it's cat treats time.
Oh, guess who's outside the gate?
It's cat treats time, everybody. You fully thought it was German? I mean, Scottish, German. What's the difference, really?
Picking up good temptations.
I'm picking up good meowtations. Great. Let's just go ahead and start singing random shit. I don't even know if y'all heard what Brian said, but he asked Jamie if she was picking up good temptations. What did you say, sir? He's talking to the cats, and it's so distracting. Okay. Cow. There we go. Your apartment during college didn't have any HVAC in the bedroom. You had to put a fan at the door just to get airflow. Yeah. So common. It's so annoying. All right. We need a little ear coming around here. It seems like cow's got one white ear and one black ear because it's a little... For some reason, I refer to cow as a he all the time. I think because Brian was playing it for such a long time, but it is clearly a female cow.
I mean, cow's sort of...
Yeah, the word cow implies. Yes.
Cow is gendered.
Cow is a gendered word.
That's no bull.
And it does have rather prominent udders, so there's truly no question about the sex of the cow. And yet, I still refer to it as he most of the time without thinking about it. Okay, black side. Jamie, what the hell, man? Jamie. Hey, Brian, Jamie didn't get enough treats. She didn't get any treats. There's no treats there. She didn't get any. She needs more treats.
Oh, no. I had to give Sarah his treats. Let's see if Budgie ate all of her.
Budgie has been under the weather. just as Jammy was last week, except with Budgie, instead of having respiratory symptoms like Jammy had, she and the lack of appetite, she's had all gastrointestinal symptoms.
Bonus treat
So
for
okay,
Jammy.
we have to.
Bonus treat for Jammy.
Jammy's on cam, so yeah, Jammy's on cam. Oh no, she's there. We go. I had the cam. The cam was aimed a little low, but
Treat didn't last very long.
it did not. That's it, Jams. You're all done.
Jammy cameo. A cameo.
A Jameo is a Jammy cameo.
Cameo.
A Jameo. What you think, Jams? That's it. That's all you get.
Cameos, cameos, and budgios.
I can't really aim it up more readily without having it literally just fall down. She is way too close. Okay. What was I talking about? It's gone now. Whatever I was talking about is gone now. Oh, Budgie being sick. Yeah, so she's been doing this thing where she's eating and she's drinking. She's eating a little less than usual, but she is eating. She's still excited to get her treats and everything. But every time she poops, she comes out of the litter box and immediately vomits. Now, when I say every time, I mean this has happened twice, 2 days in a row, which is like still a lot. Cats are not, as much as cats have a reputation for being barfy, it's truly not normal for them to do that. So we're a little concerned. But like she's well hydrated, which is the single biggest danger for cats with vomiting and diarrhea and stuff, is that they can get dehydrated very easily. But Budgie, thankfully, is a cat that loves to drink water. And so she is still well hydrated and she's holding water down just fine. So I don't know what's going on with her. We're kind of doing a little bit of a wait and see. If she does it again today, then she's going to have to go in for sure. The only reason I haven't taken her in already is because she is so well hydrated that it's not an immediate emergency. She's not like totally lethargic and she's not dehydrated. So, yeah, but it's not great, especially at her age. You know, it's one of those like old cats getting sick. It can really mess them up. Oh, that ear is incorrect. Maybe we can kind of fix it from here. Just bring it down a little bit. I might be able to just bring it in a little with the... Bum, 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 bum. The other two cats seem to be fine so far. Possibly because they don't interact much. So they mostly live in separate areas of the house. They never have direct contact with each other. And Brian and I are both pretty careful about hand washing. So Cinna and Timony are both fine so far. Okay. Yeah. Need to do a little bit more here, and I'm gonna want that rehydrated as well. Need to... Whoop! Oh, geez. We're going to end up in one of those stupid go one direction and then back it off, go the other direction, fix it endlessly, loops. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. Is there a hair on there? What is that? Why can I see a tiny little line? It is. It's a hair, isn't it? It's a fucking hair. Why can't I see it? There it is. Okay, hang on. There's just like the itty bittiest little fuzz. Yeah, the double shot is terrifying. And if she does it one more time, then she's definitely going in. Hey, Sassy. Welcome. Okay, so there's the cow. I need the body of the cow now, which is pretty white. Oh, I rehydrated this a little bit so that I could do the ears, but it's not rehydrated enough. I need to, or not the ears, the horns. That's what they're called. They're called horns. We need to do the horns, and then we'll move on to the body. Yeah, I'm really hoping that this is just part of the same virus that knocked out Jammy, and that she won't do it again, and we don't have to take her to the vet. Because that sucks. It's stressful for the kitty, and it's stressful for us, and nobody wants sick kitty. And she's too old to have to deal with shit like that. So hopefully there will be no reoccurrences, and she will keep everything down. It's weird because she seems to keep food down just fine right up until she poops. And I don't think that, I mean, she's not straining because she's actually had slightly loose stool. So it's not that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with her. TMI. You're welcome. You tuned in for some Mario nails and got to hear all about cat problems. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing Yoshi. I'm doing characters that Brian and I play in Mario Kart World. Okay, let's get white in here for Ku's body. Could really actually just use the slightly larger brush for this. You should add Yoshi. I do love Yoshi. It's just that I kind of decided that that I was going to theme it based on Mario Kart World, and from that the design sort of decided itself to some extent. This is my second time doing Mario nails. The first time I did them was last year. I did based on the Super Mario Brothers game. So it was the more old school graphics, everything all pixelated. Yeah, Mario Kart World on Switch too. Yes, Brian and I play Mario Kart World on the Switch too, pretty much every night. Brian says I kick his butt pretty much every night. And that is a true story. Except for Balloon Battle. I already told them that you usually kick my butt at Balloon Battle, so they know. He's very concerned. He wants to make sure everyone knows he's not a total loser.
Not a total loser.
Those are his words. He's not a total loser. It's very important to my husband that my streaming audience know that he is not a total loser.
Don't always get pwned.
I don't know if y'all heard that. He said, I don't always get pwned. Okay. Next. I think we will hold there for now. And then, yeah, he actually said the word pwned. That's how you know we're old. Rocky Wrench is going to be next. And Rocky Wrench, yeah.
I know Rocky Wrench.
You do know Rocky Wrench. I need another color for Rocky Wrench, but I think I have a perfect Dimension Nails color for this one. If I can find it.
Is it going to be the front view or the one from behind with his feet dangling in the stream?
It's gonna be a front. It's gonna be a front view. Yeah, I'm doing everyone as front view. Brian likes it when they fly and their little feet sort of flap behind them. That makes him laugh. I mean, it makes me laugh too. Okay. So it looks like his tummy is a little bit off-white. I'm probably going to use Butter Me Up for that as well. Jamie is making weird noises. When she grooms herself, she makes little grunting noises. Which is extremely funny, but also just like, what the fuck are you doing over there? It's weird. It's a weird thing to do, Gems. Okay, so we basically have like no neck. We got no neck, we got jaw go into tummy. We got big paw. You would consider most of Jamie's noises to be a bit weird, but that's part of her charm. It would have been cute if you did side view of the middle one, so it looks like they're doing a drive-by parade. Yeah, that would have been cute if I had seen some nice images of them for reference photos, but I did not, and there's a limit to how much preparation I'm willing to do on a Tuesday morning. So, yeah. Get some haunches in here. We got quite an angle on this guy. Some of that's going to be covered by claws and the handlebars. I've made this guy too narrow, but I think we can probably fix that just fine. It's also just a little bit too, hang on, I think I need to make his head a little bit bigger. I feel like this part's a bit thin, and then this needs to come up a bit more. Yeah, that's going to be better. That's going to be better. Okay. There we go. All right. So we'll use Butter Me Up, but I'm going to add a little bit of something to it. What do we want? Just a tiny bit of gray, I think, actually. It's like not quite. It's me, Menma. Hello. Welcome, Menma. Yeah, I make crazy noises while stretching. Brian gets very amused by some of the noise. Actually, sometimes I scare the cats while stretching. It's a problem. I'll just suddenly like basically make a horrifying sort of yowling, growling, roaring sound, and everybody stops and looks at me like I'm crazy. But you know, sometimes you just gotta when you're getting that full body stretch. Okay. There's that part. And then we're going to have his little hat thing, which is a darker gray. The Yummy Green is from BCB's 5-year Indieversary last year. It's called Let's A Go. Ow! My finger slipped. Miraculously, this is dry enough that it did not gouge anything, so that's cool. Oh, you thought your body was making the noises? No, I'm not like a werewolf. It's not like a horrifying werewolf scene. It's just sometimes the mouth makes noise when the body does the stretchies. I did not put enough gray down at all. You have Yoshi, a mushroom, and shell stamps on a plate. Sounds like you are ready to go. All right. There we go. There we go. Of course, now I have a little too... What the hell? Peggy? Peggy. I didn't... You know what? I made it too light. I went too far the other direction. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We can fix it. We can fix it. It's fine, y'all. We just need to add a little more black. And it's not like we're not going to be using a decent amount of gray in this. We're going to need some gray for other stuff. It's fine. Okay. That's a little better. All right, now his hat goes from like there to like there, I think, ish. So we go fairly dark underside. Roundy dark. And behindy. Jammy slurping some more. I was watching a stream where someone was playing, well, it was a VOD of a stream, where someone was playing the new Resident Evil. And that kind of game, I don't do well with it. It's not for me, but I love watching skilled players or players who do well with that style of gameplay play that kind of game. It's like it's so moody and it's so like The action is really cool. Anyway, I'm happy to get to watch people play that sort of thing. All right, I think that's pretty good to start. Sometimes the mouth makes noise when the body does stretches is a real thing. You don't remember the last time you stamped? You shouldn't hoard any stamping plates. Yeah, I am constantly tempted to purchase more stamping plates, and then I remember that I hardly ever stamp. So, yeah. Yeah, you can always, they always project the upcoming jump scare, but they always manage to get you anyway. And this one really feels like a Resident Evil game. It's so good. It's so pretty. And so far the baddies are all quite horrifying. Very much enjoying that. Oof. A little stretchy. A little stretchy without the weird noises. All right. So the thumb, we were gonna do some Mario here. I need a good Mario flesh color. He's very Play-Doh colored, like the old school, the original, not Play-Doh, Silly Putty. That's what I'm thinking of. Silly Putty. The original Silly Putty was exactly the color of Mario's flesh. So, what color do I want for that is the question. I'm going to definitely have to mix something custom. But, let's see. I'm definitely going to need more orange than that. I think... yeah, those guys and some of this and some of this. I think I can get pretty close. I might not even need... well, no, I think I am going to need some of that to desaturate it a touch. I always thought Silly Putty was peanut butter colored. Peanut butter's brown. All right, hang on. Silly Putty. It's like the weirdest not quite flesh color. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to open image in new tab. Look at that. I'm telling you, he's precisely the color of Silly Putty. It's him. He's Silly Putty. Looks like fish sausage color. And I don't know if I've ever had fish sausage. The hell is fish sausage? Have I just not heard it called fish sausage? What the fuck is fish sausage? If I can't even say fish sausage. Okay, we're gonna start with Butter Me Up. I know fish cakes. Is it like fish cakes? Or is it like a sausage? It even sounds sus to Menma. I say even as though Menma is like gonna know every kind of food. I mean, presumably it's sausage made of fish, but like, Is it like a sausage shaped sausage? Like if I looked at it, would I be like, that's a sausage? Does it look like a bratwurst? Is what I'm asking. Does it look like a hot dog or a bratwurst? Did I put too much orange? It needs more pink. It needs more pink. Okay, fish cake I'm familiar with. It's sausage shaped? Oh, weird. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that. That feels wrong to me. It feels wrong to me that there should be something sausage shaped that's made of fish. I don't know why that feels more wrong to me than fish pate in a plastic sausage wrap. Well, I mean, that's all sausage, right? Like some kind of pate. Ah, shit, that was too much. God damn it. How do you eat fish sausage? Tell me you don't put it in a hot dog bun, because I'll cry. Does it get like sliced up and put in stuff? Like fish cakes do? Listen, I don't know why it's weirder than other meat in a sausage. It just is. Fairly common in those Korean corn dogs. You literally eat it as a snack. Like just on its own? Like just a Vienna sausage? Vienna sausage, by the way, little aside, when I was living in, not living really, but I was in Texas. I was dating a guy from there and we went down there for a while. But his mother, who is very Texan, she loved Vienna sausages and she would eat them all the time, but she called them Vienna sausage. And it was adorable. Vienna sausage. You can use them to type on your phone if you have to wear gloves. You know what? I'm sold. It sounds great.
I've heard about that too.
Using sausage to
Yeah, if you're someplace really, really cold,
just grab a hot dog out of your
it
pocket.
has the right capacitance. Or
Oh my God. I mean,
to be a finger.
that makes sense, but it's also a little bit horrifying.
They're dead animal fingers.
But also, like, why are you wearing gloves and also holding sausages? I think is my first question. Like, why do you have access to sausages while wearing gloves? It feels wrong to me.
Who makes a pair of gloves that has a pop-out sausage on the finger?
Oh yeah, a pair of gloves with a pop-out sausage is some genius level shit. That's what we need. That's what we need in this world.
It's like a very meaty Wolverine.
A very meaty Wolverine. No! Have I made this guy too big? We're not even going to be able to see his steering wheel. Or his hat. Is that okay? That might be okay. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. You know? Maybe it's fine. And the steering wheel is going to be like there. Yeah, that's going to work all right. This is already getting so thick. Ears are going to be like here. Am I okay with this? It does feel a little close, but I think I can make it work. Sausages are greasy, so you gotta wear gloves. Gotcha. I carry sausages in my pockets all the time. Okay, I believe you. There's billions of types of fish cakes with different names, but they're all just surimi paste. Kind of like pasta. It's all the same stuff, but different shapes. Okay. All right. I didn't realize that. I've only like encountered like fish cakes in Korean food basically. That's the only. But I don't tend to eat fish things, so I never really like if it says fish, I usually just sort of skip over it. Oh my god. You know, sometimes the internet needs to not. That's all I'm saying. Okay, we're going to need to get a slightly darker version of this and a slightly lighter version of this to get some shading happening. And this is way too dry already. So let's add a tiny, teensy tiny, itsy bitsy little bit of red to this part. And then a teensy tiny bit of this brown. Trying to sort of get a good shadow color that's not too far off of the main tone, because the lower part of his face needs to be a bit distinguishable from the upper part, or we're going to have a problem. I think you need just a touch of this as well. Ack, I shouldn't have put that in that spot because it's going to be too much now. Peggy, you know better. I know you know better. That's why you did the other things in the other area. Because of how you know better. There we go. Okay. That's a little better. Okay. It's going to have to come in a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to have some hair doing some stuff in here, helping to define things. Of course, we're going to have some nice big mustache action. Some giant Mario mustache action. Chat is going off on fish sausages. There's apparently a million kinds. I had no idea. There's a whole world of fish sausages that I didn't know about. Time to raid the fridge, Menma. Did we make you hungry, or were you already hungry while you were on your way home? Did all this talk of fish sausages make you hungry? Because honestly, that would be pretty funny if so. Okay, I'm covering up part of the eye area, but that's fine because I'm not sure exactly where that's going to go yet. Okay, so we're going to have, that's going to be mustache. This is going to be the shaded part of the nose. And then we need some lighter area. Both you were hungry and now you're hungrier. A lot of fish cakes are kind of similar in texture to the fake cheese in DiGiorno stuffed crust pizza. I've never eaten that because I love myself and I don't think that I need to suffer that way. I don't think anyone should have to suffer that way. Reverse stamping is done. Woohoo! Good job, Sass. All right. So we'll go ahead and get some of this lighter area in. And this part's going to be a little lighter as well. I have a friend texting me, and I know she's talking about nail polish, but I can't see. Can't see what's being texted. I only see talk of nail polish. All right, a little ear action here. And then I want an even lighter highlight around the top of the nose. There's absolutely no reason I had to do all the highlighting and shading at this point. It's in fact silly of me to do so because I'm going to end up having to go back and fix parts of it. But, you know, sometimes we do things that are a little bit silly, and that's fine. Okay. You don't have any pudding? That's horrible. Oh, Jamie left, eh? Well, sorry about that. Get some red. I'm going to need to thin that a little bit. And then the bottom, the underside of the cap, I'm going to have to add something to it to make it darker, which I think might be some dark green, but we'll see if I want to do more green or more blue. Okay, so this goes around like the top slash back. And then, is it going to go all the way up? Not quite, eh? I think it might not go quite all the way up to the edge. Probably would have been a little easier to do this if I'd put a white base down. But I didn't. Okay, which probably just means we're going to need to do a second coat of red for the bright red section. But that's okay. The brim is a fair bit narrower there, looks like. I'm trying to like interpret what I'm seeing past the glare of literally everything. Okay, so we got some red there, and then this other red is going to be slightly darker, almost slightly brownish, which I think means we want to add a bit of green to it. Because color theory. That's pretty close to what I want. Close enough to start with, anyway. I do think I'm going to need a tiny bit more, and also I'm going to need to thin this out a little. So, which means I'm going to end up mixing more of that red in, inevitably, because mixing is always a little bit, or thinning is always a little bit messy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Bus. Bus go by. Noisy bus. I looked into at one point in time trying to like take the bus into DC or into Baltimore from where I am, because I'm about halfway between the two of them. And I thought, it would be cool if I could just like hop on a bus and go into the city and visit friends and do stuff and not have to be reliant on Brian to drive me places all the time. And it turns out, despite the fact that it's like 25 to 35 minutes to drive to Baltimore, depending on the traffic, and only a little bit more than that most of the time to drive into DC, it's a minimum of 2 hours to take the bus. And there's like a bunch of stops. Man, I've really been spoiled living in a major city. That's all I'll say. I've really been spoiled. It's wild. I don't know how people do it. And I know that like it's America, most people own cars, sure, but holy heck. Not everyone has access to a car. Not everyone has their license. Not everyone is like able to afford, and especially now with gas prices skyrocketing, it's like, holy crap, how is anyone surviving this shit? Can you imagine having a 2-hour commute every day on the bus? It sounds awful. People got to do it though, so I'm so used to just like being able to hop on a bus and get pretty much anywhere within a fairly reasonable amount of time. Okay, get the brim here, this bright red edge. And then we will move down to the glove area, block those in. Bus system in the DC metro sucks, yeah. It's fine downtown. Like, if you're down in DC, it's completely fine. And there's like there's the trains that go out of the city that like, if you're on one of those train lines, it's completely reasonable. It's just once you are outside of that range that it becomes really bad. One of your friends takes the bus for almost 4 hours to get to work, which is 20 to 25 minutes away. That's crazy. Yeah, things where you're able to take a single bus or 2 buses are completely fine. And I figured that in the area that we are, it's like enough of like a sort of suburban focused kind of like hub that it would be possible to like take a bus directly to one of those, the ends of one of those train lines. I assumed I would be able to do that, and nope. Nope, I cannot. There is no way to do that. You have to take like several buses to get to one of those lines. which is a huge problem. Okay. Get some glovies going here. Oh, that's too much of a blob. Get little fingies. We'll just block in the glove here. And block in the glove here. Don't know if I went high enough on the other side. I'll have to take a look. Okay. And then there's actually, it's going to be the thumb over the steering wheel. The steering wheel is going to come in there, and then there's like white stuff back in here that's actually going to end up being sort of gray, but parts of it are in sun. So I think I'll just block it in white, and we'll figure it out from there. Okay, so let's get the steering wheel blocked in, which is going to be black. Yeah, 1 hour bus or train ride is, I think, reasonable. Like, not that it doesn't suck, but like you can, grab a book or whatever, listen to a podcast, and it's fine. It's over with relatively quickly. Yeah, but anything beyond that gets to be just a lot. Okay. Get our little steering wheel. We will refine, that area around the thumbs as we get back to that section later. Okay. Oh, and I just put a big old hair. A big old lint fuzz right in the middle there. Okay. So there's our blocking for Mario. Let's go ahead and go back to Nabbit, which was where we started. And we'll start getting the next bit of stuff happening here, which is going to be his eyes and some of the detail on his little face mask. So we need like an eye about here. My God, he has large, scary, crazy eyes. I'm realizing that the proportions that I gave him are not entirely correct, but I think it's good enough. It's fine. People will know. People will know who it is. They're gonna know. I'm gonna just refine that ever so slightly here. So I went just a little bit too wide in there. Or, a little bit too narrow. I'm just gonna bring this in a little bit. And down slightly. Just gonna make the eyes a little bit smaller proportionally to everything else. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. And then I actually think, well, that part I can actually fill in with a darker purple as I do that part. So let's leave that for the moment. And then for the mouth, I actually want to lighten up some of the red. So let's take a bit of red, which is oh so very thick and gloopy at the moment. That's okay, because we're going to add a little bit of also gloopy white. And then we're going to do this with a little bit of thinner and mix them together. Is Nabbit wearing lipstick? Is that what's going on with this? Is it lipstick? It really looks like badly applied lipstick, doesn't it? I did not thin that enough at all. See, this is where if I had mods, I would say, mods, let's get a poll going. Is Nabbit wearing lipstick or no? What do we think? But I don't have mods, so y'all are just going to have to tell me if you think that Nabbit is wearing lipstick or not. I got the shape a little bit wrong there. I'm going to have to fix that up a little. That's okay. What's up, Jams? I don't have space on my lap at the moment. It's not really a good time. I mean, I know it's a mouth drawn on a bandana, but it looks like they used lipstick to draw the mouth on the bandana, is what I'm saying. Okay, let's do a little bit of that up. Okay. That's a little better. It looks like it was done with lipstick to me. I don't know. The other thing that's confusing to me about Nabbit is that he does, in fact, make noises. So there's got to be a mouth under there somewhere. But what does the real Nabbit mouth look like? Nobody knows. Okay. Oh, I did a real bad job there. That's okay. Nabbit did a bad job too. It's fine. I like how the black outline is only sometimes visible under the pink or the red. It kind of like gets a little bit covered up by the lipstick. A little baby bunny mouth, but wants to appear tough, so he drew on a scary one. Is that canon, or do we just like that idea? Because that would be adorable if he has a little baby bunny mouth and he just wants to look tougher. I want that to be true. Okay. Now we need some little eyeball dots, which are going to be black. You got your Mario Manny done, Sass? Let me know if you have posted it so that I can show people if you'd like. If anybody else has done or is doing a Mario Mani, let me know. I'm happy to throw some photos up. Take a little break and look at other people's manis. Oh God, he is truly horrifying, isn't he? All right, I need to fix that white a little bit. It's not quite correct. Oh boy, I managed to contaminate my white with a little bit of pink there. All right, let's try not to screw it up this time. Dotting tools? We don't need no stinking dotting tools. There we go. Yeah, it does sound very plausible. You're also wearing Let's Go? Leo, you put yours in the Discord? Okay, let's take a little break here. Go see Manny's in the Discord. Manny Gallery. Stroll and stew. Oh, Leo, that's adorable. All right, hang on. Save that. Wait, I'll save that as stew so it's easy for me to find it. That is so cute. And Ray. Sassy, you still taking photos? And I will put these in to dun 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 desktop stew. Put that into Safari. Make this big. Look. So cute. Oh my God. How precious. This is perfect. This is perfect. I love it. Okay, and then Ray's is a swatch of the same base that I have going here. This is the BCB Let's Go. Okay, Sassy, yours is in the Lounge Manny Museum. Let me go switch over to there. Lacquer Lounge. Manny Museum. There it is. Fresh Mario nail art. This is Sass. Save. And bring you into Safari. There we go. Super cute. I know people are going to ask, what's the base that you used here? I see you saying that you used that color for a reason, but I don't see... Mushroom? What's mushroom? G&G bubbly. Oh, badger. Mushroom. I'm with you now. Okay. All right. Okay. Very cute manis, everybody. If anybody else is doing them too, do holler at me. If you want me to put your mani up there. We are on Nabbit. Where's Nabbit? There's Nabbit. Oh, you picked Ray's color for a reason. I see. Bum 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 bum. Where are we at? We need to do some contouring. So, for that, we will add a bit of. I think what I'm going to do is just use some thinner in the existing magenta and add a bit of this super goopy white. Just up in the corner here. And get some highlights going here. Oh my goodness, Jammy Dodgers. Jammy. Jammy. Here. Hey. He's a good girl. Yeah, what a good baby cat. You can't be on my lap right now, though, okay? I know that you want to, but you simply cannot. No, it's not a good time for lap time. Oh, you're gonna yell at me. Really? Okay. All right. All right. Come on. Come on. All the way over. You gotta just do it. If you're doing it, you gotta just do it. Yes. Such a good girl. Yeah. She needs a little lap time, y'all. Yeah, you're a very good girl. Sometimes you just gotta drop everything and pet a cat. Whether you want to or not. Well, I always want to pet my baby. Even when it's terribly, terribly inconvenient. Terribly inconvenient. Oh, you're a very inconvenient kitty. Me being a good girl. What you think? Lap nap. Yeah, it'll be a jammy manny in the sense that it's going to be completely full of Jammy's fur. All right, little girl. I'm going to need you to get down, baby. I'm sorry, but you simply cannot stay here. Can you get behind me and be a butt dodgers? Hmm? Can you be butt dodgers? Okay. Here we go. Yeah, back onto the seat. All right. Thank you for the compliment on the shirt. It is from Science Socks and Startorialist. It was a collab. I don't know if it's still available. I think it's probably not. Use Jammy as a hand rest? Yeah, right. That would end quite badly. Okay. Now this is completely dry, of course. So that's good. All right. Back to the nails. Back to the nails. Here we go. I want to do a little highlight along the top of Nabbit's head. Jammy, did you just get a claw stuck? I think she needs her claws trimmed. She gets them stuck in things. She has this one claw on her back, one of her back feet that it overgrows and it will like loop back on itself. And it's very thick. It's like twice the thickness of all her other claws. And so it has to be trimmed back regularly for her or it becomes a huge problem. Okay. Get some highlight up here. A little bit up here. isn't really the best brush for this, actually. I should probably be using the other one. I should be using the other one. But I'm not. Okay, more thinner. More thinner. Trying to like, oh geez, I see you, cat hair. Fresh Dodger fur. Trying to like get this blended out a little bit. But it needs to be thinner. You sent dog to snuggle her dad. Don't step on Pupper. Oh no. No. Poor Pupper getting stepped on. It's a rough life when you're trying to get attention and you just get in the way. Cats are always doing that too. Little idiots. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, now I want to add in some lowlights. Avoid being silly on your keyboard in my Discord. Hang on. We have a cat alert, a void cat alert in the cute non-humans channel. We'll call that one void.jpg because why not? And we will open that in Safari and get us a little void action. Look at that void. Look at that good idiot. Caspy being dumb. I love it. Such a cutie. Such a little problem child. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna use this slightly more indigo. Yeah, that's probably thinned enough already. Mix in a bit of this slightly more indigo color to bring in a bit of shadow. So I don't really need it to be significantly darker. I mostly need it to be a little bit cooler. Yeah, that's good. Now we'll add a little tiny bit. I'm just adding a thin line along here to be sort of a shadow there. And then we're also going to have some underneath here, which we still have lots to add under here. We have all this whole area is completely untouched underneath here, so we still got to do lots of stuff here. Now we do also have some shadows in the bandana. Which I think we probably want to do with See Y'all Later Chai. I feel like that's going to be a good shadow color for Butter Me Up. There we go. Don't want to do too much there, just a little bit of subtle shadowing. And then we might add a tiny bit of a white highlight as well. slightly off-white. Just on the very edge of the bandana and on these like highlighted folds here. Yeah. And then there's like one area here that's just a little bit more bright where that fold is. All right. Feeling pretty good about that at the moment. Yeah, we're already over 2 hours, so I was right about saying it was definitely going to be like a 3-hour stream. At least a 3-hour stream. A 3-hour stream. A 3-hour stream. And heck, we might even end up going a little longer than that. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, we need his arms, and his arms are basically blackish, grayish. Food time and snuggles for you. All right, have fun. Thanks for coming by. Bum 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 bum. Are you? Yeah, we can pick up a bit of you and add that into this dark gray. I think we actually probably want to go almost black with these arms. You know nothing about Mario. What's the bunny from? It looks like it belongs in Rabid Rabbids. Rabid Rabbids. I don't know what Rabid Rabbids is. I don't know what Raving Rabbids is either. This is Nabbit. And I was saying at the beginning of stream, I actually don't know what Nabbit is even from. He appeared in the Mario world sometime between N64 and now. So I don't know. Don't know where he comes from. He does have a bag of money that has clearly been stolen. So I assume he's some kind of a bank robber type character. But yeah, I don't actually know where he came from. I only know that I love him. That is all. Okay, here we're going to have a handlebar. His hand's going to go over a section of it. And then we're going to have a silvery part. Okay. Per Wikipedia, 2012 platformer New Super Mario Brothers U. He steals stuff from toads? Okay. Well, there you go. I have like, oh my god, there's cat fur that's attached itself to my watch strap. And it's tickling me and it's very annoying. Okay, the rest of the handlebars here. And then we got this part of handlebar here. And we're just going to kind of rough this in. I'm not concerned about getting this part like super accurate or detailed. I feel like it's just sort of, as long as we get the sort of vibe right, it should work just fine. This part, we're going to have a hand covering part of it because he's wearing white gloves, because everybody wears white gloves for some reason. I don't get it, but I accept it. Okay, there we go. And then we'll just get a little bit of a highlight there. There we go. Is Nabbit done? Nabbit might be done, y'all. I think Nabbit's done. All right. Well, there we go. We got one nail down. 4 more to go. Oy. Okay. Next, let's move on to the penguin. So, we're going to need a little bit of black, which is probably bone dry by now. Yeah, there was like a huge long gap where I just didn't have any kind of access to any kind of gaming platforms other than PC. And so I was quite strictly just a PC gamer during those years. I did a very bad job with that first eye, I have to tell you. It's incredibly bad. But we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it and we're going to make it good. Or at least less bad. How about that? I basically made it like bad frog eyes. Okay, that's better. That's a little better. I still feel like it's not quite reading as non-frog eyes, but I think we can maybe fix that by widening it out slightly at the back end. Maybe. As long as I don't go too far. I'm going to have to tidy that up again a little bit. I definitely went a little bit too much. That looks a little better. Ah, okay, well, I screwed that up. Back and forth, back and forth. Add some more white, add some more black, add some more white, add some more black. We got it. We got there. It's fine. Okay, yellow. Stop fiddling with it. Listen, Menma, if I was here to take smart advice, things would be very different around here. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. So I'm gonna go up and back down. And then, man, I made his eyes a little bit too close together, it seems. I think his whole head is a little bit too narrow. But we're just going to work with what we've got here. We're going to make it work. All right, we get this part, and then we're going to be filling that in with, looks like red and Play-Doh. So we get a little bit of red. I should be using the other brush for this. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem. Menma, as if you wouldn't fiddle with it. Yeah. Yeah, we all suffer from, well, maybe not all of us. Many of us suffer from the same problem. I'm sure some people here are quite reasonable, but I am not those people. Okay. Get red. And then we're going to need a tongue in there, which is basically that Play-Doh color. Or I keep calling it Play-Doh, and I mean Silly Putty. It's like the generic plastic color in my head. Okay. Get the tongue in here. I know it's going to be a little bit too bright right now, but that's okay. All right. So we're going to mix some of this, some of this. Let's add a tiny bit of black. Not too much. And then we're going to go in here. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. Tammy just made a funny little noise. Sometimes she forgets how to breathe through her nose. She has some issues with her squish nose. And so she'll make a little psh sound, which cracks me up every time. Okay, and then little nostrils are up at the top here. One there and one there. There we go. Close enough. It's vaguely penguinish, right? I feel like it's vaguely penguinish. The mouth is a little small, but... and now we need the steering wheel, which I might bring up a little bit just to make it work a little better for the composition. And I might make it a little bit bigger. Feeling like it's gonna look better if it's more like here, not halfway through Penguin's tummy. There's a hair. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh. All right, if there were boogers, I hope nobody freeze framed and took screenshots, because we don't need that.
Is that a screen snot?
It was a screen snot, yeah. Okay. There we go. Oof.
Stream video, not music.
Yeah. All right. Try and make sure I don't have any little linty bits on here. There we go. Was that Budgie?
I touched her.
Y'all probably didn't hear that, but Brian apparently touched Budgie, who is sleeping in his office right now, and she made just the weirdest noise that was like the creakiest door. Like, you don't know why Penguin reminds you of Filet? I mean, that actually makes sense to me, to be perfectly honest. That seems correct. Menma wrote it before I sneezed. No, you're just delayed. That's hilarious. At least you got a warning, so you knew it was coming. So that's cool. Okay. Penguin's done. That's it, I think. Well, maybe I should do a little... Should I do a little highlighting on Penguin? I'll do a little highlighting on Penguin. Just, I don't want Penguin to feel like he didn't get enough attention, right? Let's do a little highlighting. Get some contouring happening. We do a little shadow around the other side of his face, etc. Okay. All right. Little highlight up there. Try and blend that in a little bit. Blendy, blendy. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm doing a really bad job here. That's okay though. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Get our little highlight up at the top of the wing here. And immediately get it throughout the wing because it is far too runny there. There we go. And top of the wing here. And then we're going to need a little bit of a shadow version of this. So the shadow, how do I want to bring in shadow? Tiny bit of this darker blue. See where that lands us with the other stuff. And I probably want to desaturate this a little bit, which means I am actually probably going to want to add a tiny bit of black. Normally, I don't like to add black to colors to get a shadow tone, but sometimes, like if you want to desaturate it some, it can be handy to use a little tiny bit of black. Just got to be careful you don't overdo it, because it can really make things look weird. Change the color pretty drastically. Because the color that's already on the palette is so dry, it's like really soaking up all the thinner, drying out super fast. Okay. Do. Grab a little more black there. I want a little bit more of the blue as well. Just a tiny little bit though. Started picking up too much of the base color. Lost some of the intensity there. We're getting there. We're getting there, y'all. Just trying to get a little flappy flap pit shadow. There we go, that's better. Okay. I'm going to call it there. I don't want to go too far and ruin it. Okay. Penguin's done. Next. Coo. It's Coo's turn. Coo. We love him. For Cow, I did the one half of his face black as the base, but it's going to need to lighten up a little bit for most of it. So I'm going to go ahead and go over that portion with dark gray. Not quite that dark. Hello? I saw that cat hair. It tried. It tried. Yeah, you actually want to be a little lighter than that even, don't you? Ku is a very cheerful lad. It makes me happy. He's just real dumb and real happy. And I think that's beautiful. All right. Try and get to a reasonable color here that's going to let the eye stand out while still appearing mostly black. I am going to have to do a little rim lighting on the eye, of course, to make that work, but that's okay. Okay, and then I think, so we need the other eye, which is going to be here. Oh boy, what? Okay. I made a little boo-boo on this because I was using the wrong brush. Do I have anything in this white? A little bit. Oh, that's not going to do it. I need some fresh white. This eye looks real sad right now. All right. I should have just used a little fresh black. If you need the clean lines, you simply have to have a nice loose polish. If it gets too sticky, you're gonna run into problems. There's no way around that. Okay. Where did I put that fresh white? Is that already mucked up, or did I not put fresh white down? Am I crazy? Is it just... Oh, it's just such a tiny area. Oh my god. Somebody fucking... Has anyone tried rebooting my brain? Can we just try turning it off and on again? That would be good. That would be good for me. I would like that. Okay. Where's that black? There it is. I swear. Oh, my ear just popped. Love that for me. You ever get that thing where your ear just decides that it's doing a sudden pressure change for no apparent reason? Okay, let's see here. I feel like the level is slightly off. Got one eye a little higher than the other here. There we go, that's better. Okay, I'm gonna stop fucking with that because it's close. It's close enough. Isn't that what we do when we sleep? Listen. Maybe some of you weak people sleep, but some of us are out here stupid and not sleeping. Too dumb to sleep. Trying to mix up something for the inside of the ear that's like slightly pinker than the Play-Doh color or the Silly Putty color. But I need for it to also get a little bit liquefied again. It's not tinnitus per se. I do get tinnitus sometimes, but it's like the ear just like there's like a pressure change and then everything sounds a little different.
Maggie,
Yes, Brian?
there was something in the air that night.
There was
Stars
something.
were bright, Fernando.
Why would you do that to me?
Because my brain did it to me, and I just felt.
You felt like you needed to share that with me in the middle of stream? Did y'all hear what he just said to me? Did you hear what my husband just said to me from the doorway? Because that's a very rude earworm. That is a very rude earworm. I'm not going to be rid of that for hours. Leo says hi, Brian.
Hello, Leo.
Brian says hi, Leo. Actually, he says hello, Leo. Do you want to? No, nobody heard it. He said, well, he said instead of singing, but I don't know if I can say without singing. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright, Fernando. And if you don't know that song, you don't need to. Have you added it to the playlist?
Oh, I better.
You can turn it off because, yeah.
I better put it in brainworms. Huh?
You also have to not play it while I'm on stream because...
Oh, copyrights.
Yeah. A few seconds is okay. But yes, he said the lyrics, and now I have to live with that for the rest of the fucking day.
Haunted Jukebox, yeah.
The playlist that we have for such events is called Haunted Jukebox.
Oh. This song is already in.
The song is already in the Haunted Jukebox? Oh my god.
This is a repeat haunting.
A repeat haunting. Who knew? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. There's a Cher cover?
Oh, yeah, that showed up when I searched for the song.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a Cher cover. That's wild. I'm going to do his nose ring. ABBA truly is master of earworms. There's so many ABBA songs that I know entirely too well, thanks to my mom being a huge fan. And like, oh boy, some of them are just brutal. Okay, let's go in here with the nose ring. We're going to need some black for this part. Let's just go ahead and get some thinner on there. I mean, thankfully I'm not monetized anyway, so there's not like serious repercussions. But yeah. We still don't want to... We don't want to have all the audio dropped for the VOD or anything like that. That would suck. Okay. There's one nostril. Whoop, we'll just screw up the other nostril. No problem. It's all good. Get a little more thinner in here. Bring in some more yellow. Yes, I have gold nail polish, but it won't look right, I think, if I use actual gold metallic, because nothing else looks metallic. I think it'll just look weird. Okay, and now we want a section that's like a little bit white and yellow and a little desaturated. So the yellow, a touch of this color, and some white. We'll get some of that going. And then we're just going to have to push and pull a little to get to where we want to be. You remember hearing Fernando on Malcolm in the Middle. I never really watched Malcolm in the Middle. That came out during a time in my life when I wasn't really doing TV so much. I just didn't have regular access to a television, so. Okay. Gotta do the Germa audio jungle bit. I don't know what that means. None of that means anything to me. Okay. We did bring the nose ring down a little too far, which means I do have to bring the rest of the mouth down a little bit, which I think we have over in this area as a combination of chai and some other colors. I think the lower part of the mouth, I think I had this a little bit too small anyway for the upper part of the face. So I think it's okay for us to just kind of rework things a little bit here. So let's start with that. Okay. And that's going to come sort of this way and be down a little further. It won't be exactly right, but it'll be close enough, I think. Close enough for me. We will add a bit of black to this because I do want to desaturate this a little for this bottom section. Okay, I just pushed it a little too far, but that's okay. We can backtrack that a little. The white will make it a little easier to deal with in that regard. I've heard the name Germa, but I don't really know who that is. So I'm not even that much in the loop. You young pups and your popular people. I feel like that might be a YouTuber or something. Is that right? I don't know. I don't even know what I don't know, y'all. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're getting sort of close to something. Never heard of it? Well, there you go. At least I'm not alone. I'm not alone in my complete and total lack of knowledge. Okay, I am going to bring this up a little bit and change the shape of that ring slightly. What is Jammy Dodgers doing? All right. I don't think she should go downstairs and make herself a bowl of anything. She's going to make herself a bowl of trouble if she goes downstairs right now. A cup of Timony. I see. All right, here we go. Here we go. We are going to have to fix a few things, but we're kind of close. We're kind of sort of close-ish, kind of. Sort of. That needs to be a little more square. That's going to have to get squared off slightly. You know, Cow is just getting disrespected over here. Cow is getting seriously disrespected. I am not doing Cow justice. Cow is way cuter than this. Am I just getting too tired? Maybe. Am I going to keep going anyway? Absolutely. Dishonor on your cow. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow. Okay. Let's get back to work on the mouth here. There we go. It's kind of starting to work a little bit ish. I think that it's going to be fine. I think that it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. We made it a little bit too round, but it's going to be fine. All right, we need white. We need white. We need white. Oh, this also has a it has a bell, a big bell that I was completely neglecting to even notice, despite the fact that it's like a giant thing in the middle of the fucking cow's face. So, good job me, I guess. Let's get some of this yellow in here. It's gonna be this like real dark, gross, kind of almost black thing here. Okay, got that part. Get some actual black section. It's going to be in the depths. You also didn't notice it has a bell? I don't know how I didn't notice it has a bell. Yes, it was here the whole time. Somehow just not noticing the bell. Which is a fairly major object right there in the middle of his head. Or her head. As mentioned, I, for some reason, cannot seem to convince myself that this cow, despite having udders, is a girl. Okay, get some yellow. Oh, I let it get goopy. I let it get goopy again, y'all. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Is the question that we have to ask ourselves. The answer, of course, is it's because apparently I hate myself and I like to suffer. It's the only possible reason that could make any sense. Really. I don't see how else you explain any of this. Oh my god. I'm going to be so annoyed too later on when I'm taking photos and there's like little stringy bits of polish everywhere. But am I going to fix it? No. No, I'm not. All right. We're going to give cow some little hooves, just the suggestion of some little hooves here, and we're going to call it. We're just going to give a little, here's a hoof, a hoof hood. We're going to give a little curve of a hoof there. And you know, do they look like weird boobs? Maybe. But that's just fine. Do I need to do anything else with this cow, is the question. Do I have any white? Is all my white completely dry? All of my white is completely dry. I'm trying to add just a real microscopic little bloop. Can I bloop? Can I? There we go. I got it. I got it. I did it, folks. Can you see it? Probably not, but that's okay. I know it's there. You've looked at the mouth so many times and never noticed the bell? Yeah. How would it even turn goopy since time doesn't exist? It's true. It's true. Okay, is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it good enough? Sure. Let's move on to Rocky. Oh, we got some jammy action here. Oh, wait, that's not Jammy, that's Budgie. It's a Budgie. What a good girl. Sharpening her little mittens. What a good girl. My supplementary light is dying. Okay. I need to pee. I'm going to leave you for a moment with Budgie. And I'm going to turn the sound off so you don't have to hear me peeing. I'll be right back. How quickly did she abandon you? Was it like instant? Did she leave you instantly? Sorry. I tried. I tried to give you cat entertainment. Budgie, come on back. Oh well. What if we want to hear? Please don't. Don't want to hear. I just realized my battery is getting real low here. I can't plug it in and also see it at the same time. I have a choice. Okay, so 4-hour stream, let's go. We got 2 more nails to go. So let's get into Rocky Wrench and get this lad done. So he is this color here. We are going to want a little bit of a darker brown for his shadows. I want buttoned brown. Yeah, I think I want buttoned brown for his shadows. So we're gonna add a little bit of thinner to rehydrate the bit that's on here slightly. And we'll add a little bit of this slightly reddened brown. I'm probably gonna have to add some more of the other lighter brown, but let's see where we are here just from mixing this. I'm gonna want the slightly larger detail brush for this, and I also need more acetone. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's mix this up. Yeah, we're definitely going to want a little bit more of this, and maybe just a touch of green. Just a teeny touch of green. Budgie Smuggler, what you doing, little girl? You gonna come back? Yeah, there we go. Bum 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 bum. A little tiny bit more. Oh, I don't need to pull that out again because I've already got a little bit here. Let's see. Is that gonna be dark enough? I think I went a little too far backtracking on it. Come on. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, glad that at least dripped off to the side. Okay. That's pretty good. We are going to need to thin that out a tiny bit more. Yeah. Just get there a little bit at a time. Okay, so Rocky's got this kind of round snout that changes color partway along with everything else below it. And he's wearing big old glasses, which is interesting. Gonna need to do a little bit of blending here. But we'll get the darkest parts blocked in first. Bring this down a little, get that little bit of mouth contour in there. Is there a hair? There's a fucking hair. Always a goddamn hair. And then there's there's the side of the snout there. And then this inside section of arm. Okay. And then of course, it's going to be a little darker along here because we have this shadow from the hat. Although a lot of that is going to be covered by the glasses. Okay. So let's get some more of this in here and start blending it out. So we need a little bit of a blend here. Need a little bit of a blend in here. And we need a little bit of a blend over here. And then up here. There we go. Okay. Now his nose is basically black. So let's get the nose marked in there and the sunglasses, which are going to be quite prominent here. So his nose is kind of just like a little blob. It's just a little blob. Kind of like that. Sunglasses are going to be up here and here, and they're going to have those blue rims on them. Okay. Is it a floating hole? It looks like a flat hockey puck. It's a like a manhole cover. When you see the overhead view, you can see the grates on it. And he also appears as an obstacle. Besides being a playable character, he's also an obstacle on the courses where they'll like pop up out of the ground. Okay. Let's leave that part for the moment. And yeah, that is going up a little bit too high. Now that I see those parts on there, I can see that the mouth, the snout needs to extend a little bit further down. Just a touch. So we'll get that like, it's going to go down and down here. There we go. Okay. Now his body, I believe we just used Butter Me Up for that. So I'm going to add just a little bit of this into some Butter Me Up for the shadows on his tummy. Is that too warm? I feel like that might be a bit too warm. I'm going to add a little bit of green. If I can pick up just a tiny bit. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. So the mouth is going to have like a little shadow area here. I actually might need to be slightly darker. Can I pick up a bit of black? That's too much. Peggy, you did too much. You got to be careful with that. Okay, there That's a little better. Okay, so there's the underside of his chin. And then we'll give him a little... Oh, oh, oh. Do you see that? Big old hair. Big old cat fur. And a little bit of shadow down in here. Not too much, just a touch. The mouth just appeared when I did that first line. Yeah. It's sometimes surprising how just like a tiny little line can make such an enormous difference. And sometimes like I can't see it until I magically do the line, and then I go, ah, there, that's where it was. I was looking for that. Okay. And I want that to be just a tiny little bit. I want just the finest edge of a lip in here. There we go. Okay, now we got some claws to add here, and the claws are basically just white. I have a big pile of white here. Let's just delve into this. I think it's okay that it's got some slight bits of some other colors in there. It's not too much. Just gonna help it melt in a little bit there. Sometimes when it's real dark, you gotta, or real dry, you gotta kind of work it a bit. It'll always come back, but... Okay. So, claws. We got... I don't think they're going to be super visible on this side because they partly go off screen. And then on this side, they're like here and here. This one didn't go quite long enough. There we go. And here. Oh, I did a bad job. That's okay. It's fine. We'll just bring that in a little bit. And then I can go in there. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. That's a little better. Okay. Did have a tiny little bit of a string there. All right, so there's the little claws. We're gonna need to have, I probably should have put the black there first for the handlebars, but whatever. I didn't. Oh boy. I tell you what, I'm gonna be hungry by the time we are finished all this. I did have cereal at like noon. Really, really, really should have just done the black first. I don't know what I was thinking. Just going to indicate it a little bit and then back it off a little bit. Put some on this side. That's probably going to be enough to show that it's there. And then over here, we'll just see that part. I need to thin out that white again. Or just add a tiny little dab. It was very foolish of me to do the claws first. I just got excited about the claws. You know how it is. You know how it is when you're excited about claws? Let's get a little red here. This is definitely going to be my longest stream ever. Guaranteed. You're like 100% this is the longest stream. All right. These bars are far too close together. But you know what? That's fine. It's fine that they're too close together. You know why? Because I said so. Because it's just a Manny for a silly video game. And it does not need to agree with any kind of reality. Get a little middle section there. Uh-oh. I put a string down. I got a stringy bit, y'all. I got a stringy bit. I see it. Because the stringy bits are so dry, sometimes you can kind of lift them with a dry brush. As long as you don't go over them with anything first. We also have a hair. Great. Love that. Perfect. Okay. Now we just need to do the detailing on the rim of his little hat and his glasses and such, and then I think we're basically done with him. Super Mario Magnum Opus. Well, I'm glad that y'all are enjoying some workday audio entertainment. I assume mostly audio. All right, so now we got to go around these glasses, and this part is going to be just a real pain in the butt. I knew this was going to be a struggle bus, this portion, and I was not wrong. Okay. Got one side. Definitely lost a little bit of size on that. Might have to go back in and add a little bit more black around. Thin out these rims a little, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Okay, so there's some blue, and then it's got a little like pale gray sort of band. Go back into our white again for the millionth time. Oh boy, I'm getting this dirty. Dirty, dirty. That's fine though. Doesn't really matter for this part if it's a little dirty. Okay, do just a tiny little thing in between. Which, once again, I really should have done first, but I didn't, so, you know, we get what we get. And then a little bit here, and a little bit here. We'll go back in and fix the blue slightly. I definitely overlapped it where I wasn't meaning to, rather. And then we got to go back in and fix that black a bit in the eyes. Because it got just a bit too peggy. I'm gonna need you to lock the fuck in. Come on. We're doing some serious detail work here. Quit screwing around. Alright, that's better. Ack, went a little too far. Y'all, I swear. Uh-oh, we got strings again. All right, we're okay. We're okay. Nobody look too close. We're okay. Okay, we need a little bit of lighter gray, but not too light. Lighter than this section of rim. Or this section of the disc, rather. And as we go this way, it will get a little lighter. And then a little lighter. There we go. That's it. He's done. He's done. And now we just have Mario. You just realized you left a thermal in your mailbox for 2 days? Oh, God. Allison, you've been watching, but you managed to start and complete a job application while doing so. Nice job. Nice work. Leo, it's a fancy gloss. You usually have good luck with those. I think I've only owned like maybe 2 or 3 fancy gloss polishes. I don't know if any of them are thermals though. I can't recall. At least one of them is definitely a magnetic topper. All right, Mario. Last but certainly not least. You know what? I'm going to take a moment to actually clean off my... I don't normally do this mid-stream, but I want to make sure I have some relatively clean colors here. I'm not going to clean off the entire thing because I want to keep his plastic color so I can dip into that. I just want to clean off an area of this so that I have some non-mucked up colors to delve into. Okay. That's going to help me a little bit. All right. Here we go. I need some white for his eyes. Which are not actually going to end up being very white when all is said and done, but we will start with white. Just rough them in. Make sure I kind of have the right general shape and size and location. Okay. I think that's going to be about correct. Make sure they sort of match. Whoop. Well, that's going to have to get repaired a bit. Okay. Now, the beard is not quite black, is it? It's like black with just a touch of brown in it. So I think I will use a little bit of sand crab in here to just take it a little bit lighter and a little bit off black. I might need a bit more than that. I thought I heard a cat. I guess I imagined a cat. Maybe there was something outside that was making me think there was a cat. I don't know. All right, so the mustache is going to go under the nose to about here and then go up this way. And on this side, it'll be about here. And it's a bushy. It's a big, beautiful, bushy mustache. Anyone who says it's not beautiful is lying to themselves. I actually hate mustaches, but you know, that's why I don't grow one myself. Okay, now he's got sort of a split here, and you get a boof and a boof. This needs to get thinned out a little. I can tell already. I'm gonna need to add more of both polishes to this. There's no way I have enough here to make this work. Did I add too much sand crab? Probably. Oh yeah, definitely. A little more black. Come on, get more of you off of there. Okay, that's close enough. Okay, so we get a little bloop here, and we get a little bloop here. And then a big bloop here. And then a smaller bloop there. So we got that one, that one. I need to rework some of these a little bit, but that's okay. Like that guy kind of got swallowed up. And a bloop. That was too big. That was a too big bloop. We're gonna have to go back over some of this with the silly putty color. But that's okay. Okay, we're also gonna have the same color at the sides. It's going to come in. Here's his hair. He's got little sideburns. It's just a little bit. Just some wee sideburns. Nothing crazy. We don't want a bunch of hair sticking out of his ears or anything. Gonna have to make that ear a little bit bigger on that side. Okay. Now, back to the silly putty. Get this rehydrated. Gonna have to mix it for a moment. You have a fancy gloss thermal from PPU 23, still works perfectly. Your thermals from them are good. I have heard very good things about their thermals. I just, I don't tend to buy thermals because the thing is that I get thermals in PR and it's like, I can't use as many thermals as I already have. So, you know, if I know I'm likely to get a bunch of thermals every year, the idea of like purchasing more of them that I won't have time to wear seems just a little bit crazy. You know what I mean? It's just like that feels like the wrong thing to do. I'm backing it off too much. Because I've decided to make my life really difficult today. It just seems fun. Oh, you're thick already. They aren't your favorite formula to apply, but they work really well and the catalog is huge. Well, I think formula-wise of the thermals that I have tried, I have enjoyed Arcana and BCBs the most. Both of them just do a really good job with application. I really like Voyage Hue's formula, but a lot of their colors don't really work for me. And she doesn't do a lot of like fun flakies and stuff. So yeah, Peggy making things difficult for herself. Surprise, surprise. Okay, we also want some of this color for the eyebrows. I forgot about the eyebrows while I was working with this color. It's the same color. So let's do that while we wait for my overcorrection to dry a bit. Okay, so those eyebrows are gonna go all the way up to the cap from like here. So we'll start about here, almost touching the eye, basically touching the eye. And then up and this away. And how much do we come down? We come down a fair bit. To like here-ish. He looks sort of surprised rather than determined, which isn't quite what I'm going for. I went down a little too far. That's okay, we can fix it. We can fix it. I believe in us. Okay. And then the other side. I did a better job there. Okay. Where's my... There it is. We got a little bit too thick. We got a little bit too far over. Got a little bumpy in spots. It's fine. We'll get it. Just need a little contouring. Yeah, the fauve ones are pretty nice. I don't have a problem with the fauve ones. I do find her formulas a little sheerer on average than is my preference, but they're nice. They're just a little sheerer. I tend to prefer stuff that I can build up. Even if it's like a little sheer in 2 coats, if I can build it up in 3, then that tends to be my preference. I like to be at least most of the way opaque. All right, we're gonna get it this time, y'all. Fauve is a little pricey. Yeah, a little bit. I really love her collections. I love the way that she interprets the artists and the artworks. I think she does an incredible job of that. I'm always very, very into the inspo and the way that she translates that into polish. Okay. Let's try this again. Now we go a bloop and a bloop. And then a bloop. Come on, a bloop. There we go. You know what? Just leave it. It's fine. Just leave it. Okay. It's actually almost correct. It's almost correct, y'all. It's so close to being correct. This needs to just come in the tiniest little bit. And of course, here I am playing with the gloopiest polish. Like, why do I do this to myself? Is it because it's the end of stream and I'm so tired? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. So we need to slightly correct that one eye. We have an ear that got lost. Let's bring this ear back. Okay, there's an ear. We made this eye come a little too far over. We need to get just a little bit. I don't have quite the full opacity in a couple of spots here. My first coat was not fully opaque for this fleshy color. So I want to make sure I have good opacity here. That's a little better. And I did a little too much hair there in front of this ear. Okay, now we need, he's got blue eyes, and it looks like they're pretty much exactly this bluebell bonnet color. So we'll do that. I should get stream snackies. Yeah, the problem with stream snackies is that then I'll be munching and crunching on stream, and I don't love that. I don't love it as a watcher of streams when people do it. I understand it, and I'm not like gonna get mad at anyone for doing it. I get it. Like you do have to eat sometimes. So I support other people doing it, but I don't love to hear the crunches. I feel like the water is already like it's about as far as I want to go. Unless it's like an actually dire situation. If I was going to do a true marathon stream, I would 100% eat. I would just like probably turn off the sound or something for a moment, but no crunch sound with sausages. That's true. Get some fish sausages. Ridiculous. All right. Bye, Leo. Thanks for coming by. I will post photos. Obviously. Obviously, I will post photos. I don't know why I'm putting the black right there in with the brown. There's really no reason to do that. Wasn't really the correct spot. Okay. Black for the inside of his eye. We're in the home stretch, y'all. This was definitely a lot more intense than I sort of originally intended it to be. But I kind of like how it's turning out, and so I'm not too mad at it. But yeah, I don't normally set out to do stuff that's quite this complex on stream. For this exact reason. 'Cause whoo boy, can we ever get ourselves into a situation. All right. We need a little tiny white highlight in the eyes. Just right there and right there. And then we're going to need to have some shadows on those gloves. And also a tiny highlight on the steering wheel. There we go. Glove shadows. I'm being followed by a glove shadow. Yeah. That song always reminds me of my brother. When we were kids, he used to sing it. So as I understand it, the story is I was as a baby I was often called Moon. For reasons. Nothing to do with my butt, I assure you. So my brother would sing that song, but he couldn't quite manage the words quite correctly. So instead of singing I'm being followed by a moon shadow, he sang I'm being followed by a moon schlago. I'm being followed by a moon schlago. And so the song has kind of stayed in the family in that form, which I think is adorable. And I don't know how many kitties I have.
You have 2 here.
I have 2. What the hell? Oh my god.
So,
I have cats. Hang on.
Timothy's crying to come upstairs.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah, close them in. Hang on a second. I'm going to redirect a camera. There we go. We've got a Dodgers. So, oh my goodness, you were called Sun as a toddler? That's adorable. So basically what ended up happening, because I was called Moon, I was Maggie Moon or Margie Moon, and my sister became Tayatun, and then by extension my brother became Alan Un, which doesn't work as well but is extremely funny. So yeah, we ended up with a whole thing there. Okay. So let's thin this out some so that I can do a little shading with it. Blend it out a little, and then we are going to have some darker shadows, but I want to blend out the lighter shadows a bit first. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll darken it up a little bit more. Add in some black. Uh-oh. My phone just died, y'all. My phone died, which is not surprising. It has been off of its charger for a good long time. Apparently, a 4-hour stream is a bit much for it. Thankfully, my phone was not doing anything too important. It was just letting me more easily see your comments. It means I'll have to squint a little bit. Yes, and now we have fingers. Magically. Magically, we have fingers. Incredible. I need to thin this a bit before I even think about doing that. I will regret it if I do not. And that wasn't quite enough black, I don't think. Well, maybe it was. Let's see. Yeah, I think I want a tiny bit more black. We're close, though. We're real close. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to try real hard not to fuck them up. I might fuck them up. We'll see. Hopefully I won't. This thing keeps insisting upon splitting on me. I think perhaps I have not been oiling it enough lately, and it's getting mad about it. Thankfully, I did purchase a second one, but I would like to not have to open it up any earlier than is strictly necessary. Just gonna do a little bit more here. I'm working with a really thin polish here to try and avoid any stringiness, but it does mean that it dries incredibly quickly. Okay. I think I think I'm gonna pretty much call it there. All right, is there anything else that we need to do here to kind of make this more right? I think I just heard a little tiny kid outside singing Gasolina, which is honestly adorable. All right, I think I do want a little bit of... It's a couple of little spots I want highlight. But then I think we're going to be done. There is not anything on there. There we go. Like, it literally sounds like a 3-year-old out there singing Gasolina. Incredibly cute. Not quite enough white. There we go. A little bit of a highlight there. Oh, you're like being annoying. Yeah, I fucked that up. This is why we say quit while you're ahead. I'm never going to, though. I'm never going to quit while I'm ahead. It's against my religion. I cannot do it. Tiny little highlight here. I'll just try and fix this without messing it up even more over here. You know? Listen. If I didn't fuck things up, then what would y'all have to make fun of me for? Oh, I saw that string right before it went and hit the nail. There we go. Okay, I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. Oh my god, I have to finish the hat. Y'all. The hat. Yeah. And I didn't do the highlighting on the rim either. Y'all, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Okay, so let's first add a little bit of highlight on the rim of the hat. Which is going to be a tiny little bit here, and mostly... Oh boy, this is the wrong brush to be trying to do this with. Okay. Let me go here. There's a doggo making noises outside. Okay. I got that. Got a little more of this raw red in here, so it's not too pinky. There we go. Okay. Now we have the white, I guess it's kind of a circle. Doesn't go quite all the way to the top. It's a little bit wide. It's not really a circle. More of like an oval. Okay. Y'all. How did I almost forget about the logo? Honestly. Same way I almost forgot about the dang cowbell is the answer. Of course. Too much focus. Focus too much. It's no good. Okay, I need to let that dry for a second before I try and paint the M over it. And so I'm going to put my seal glaze over the other nails. And then I think I'm going to have to mattify these. I think they're gonna look best matte. I don't know. What do y'all think? Am I gonna want to do these matte or gloss? I feel like matte for this seems more correct. It certainly would make it easier to photograph. Oof. Freaking cat hairs. I swear to God. It's constant. Any opinions on matte versus gloss? Oh my God, another cat hair. Jesus. Okay. We're just gonna work with fresh red here because I do not want this to be as annoying as it definitely can be. Okay. Starting with proportions, just trying to sketch it in and make sure I've kind of got it centered a little bit. Now the weight isn't completely even. I think the letter is like bottom heavy. It's a little chunky. It's a little chunky. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it exactly right, but I can at least kind of indicate that chunkiness on the bottom a little bit. Like the arms are a little thick. You know what? I think I basically got it, and I'm just going to leave it because it's like, it's not perfect, but it's very recognizable, and I know that if I keep working it, it's going to get worse. No opinion on matte versus gloss, but easier to photograph doesn't sound bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's always easier to photograph highly detailed nail art if it's mattified, just because you don't get the bright glare that can kind of fuck with things. However, some manis really want a glossy finish for a variety of reasons. And so I don't always want to do them matte, even when matte would make it easier for me. Just going to close up all my bottles while that dries a little bit. Oh my goodness. Let's see. How many colors did we end up using today? I did not end up using that one, I don't think. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 or 20. I can't remember if I used the Holo Taco board meeting at all. That's a lot. It's a lot of polishes. Okay. Are you dry enough? I think you're dry enough. Get that seal glaze on there. Either way, whether I'm going glossy or matte, I have to do a glossy coat first, regardless. You're partial to glossy, but understand it adds light glare when photographing. Yeah, sometimes I do add glossy back after photographing. That is a thing. Sometimes I can't decide and I photograph both ways. Sometimes I think I can't decide, I'll photograph both ways. Let me photograph the glossy first, and then the glossy photos turn out fine and I just don't bother because it feels like too much work to then mattify it and do it all over again. You know what I mean? Okay, let's get our top coat on here. Oh, I see that. I had a little shard, a little goop shard from the edge that decided to make its way onto the brush. That would have been bad. Yeah, I might just try photographing it glossy and see how I do with it, and if I struggle, then mattify it. Just for sheer laziness. I am so happy with how most of this came out. I do think Cow could have been better. I don't think I really did him justice. Was that a hair? What was that? I thought I saw something, but I don't see it now. Maybe it was on the brush. If so, we'll probably see it again. Could also have just been a string. But yeah, I think overall I'm pretty happy with how these came out. I like them. Next stream, which is Thursday. Yeah, it could have been hair or polish, either way. What's engagement bait? Where's my calendar? That's what I was looking for. So Thursday, I might do Valentine's Day. No, that's Thursday. That's the wrong month. Thursday, I might do Patrick's Day nails. St. Patrick's Day nails. Because, well, I could do St. Patrick's Day nails on the 17th, though. Oh, no. Thursday, I have to do Pi Day nails. That's right. I have to do Pi Day nails. So Thursday, Pi Day nails, and then next Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day nails. Right? That's what we decided. Oh, do I like glossy or matte on the post as engagement bait? Yeah. I'm really bad at doing that engagement bait thing. These are tactics that I'm like aware of, but A, it never occurs to me to do them, and B, I don't like to do them. I feel weird doing them. So, like, if I have an actual question, if I really want to know people's opinion, then I'll ask a question. But otherwise, it's like, yeah, I don't. It feels awkward to me. It feels awkward to me to do that. Ew, math. Yeah, so it'll be pie. I'm probably going to be very predictable and paint individual pie slices on my nails. And I might just like let chat decide at least some of the flavors. And then for St. Patrick's Day, I'll be streaming that day. Again, that'll be the Tuesday afternoon stream, and so I don't know. We'll do something St. Patrick's-y. I don't know what though. Y'all, this is cute. This is cute as heck, and I am very happy with it. I'm going to photograph it as is and then decide if I like the photos enough or if I want to do them matte. But yeah, I think the nails came out super cute. I wish that I could keep them on longer. I have a buttload of swatching to do over the next week, and I wish that I could keep these on, but I'm gonna have to actually take them off tomorrow to do a bunch of swatching, and then of course I'll have to do some more swatching on Thursday, and then I have my Thursday night stream. So you love math, but it's okay if I don't. Yeah, I mean, I was never I was about to say I was never good at math, and that would be a complete and total lie. I actually was very good at math. I was extremely good at math. Well ahead of where I was supposed to be conceptually. But I somewhere in the ballpark of like grade 8 or 9, I managed to convince myself that I was bad at math. And then after that, some time in the intervening years, something happened to my brain. And when numbers happen, my brain screams loudly, no, 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 and shuts down, which is really fun. And not at all annoying or a problem. So concepts I'm fine with. But yeah, I seem to have developed some kind of weird issue with it. I don't know if it's just a mental block. I don't know what the deal is, but it physically hurts my brain. It feels like it physically hurts my brain when I try to force it to do math. So, yeah, I don't know. Weird shit happens. Brains do weird things. But it's all good. Thankfully, I am capable of doing all the math that I've needed to do for my job. You picture Michael Scott from The Office screaming no. That is precisely what my head is doing. It's precisely what my head is doing when numbers happen. The only thing that I've ever managed, so with lab math, if you're working in like a biology lab, in a biology wet lab, the math that you have to do a lot of statistics, which is really just like understanding which statistical test you need to apply and then using software, no problem. And then the only other math that I ever really needed to do was like dilutions and like, making formulas of various sorts, various different collections of media or whatever, which is all just, it's all just knowing how much of an ingredient to put in something, which is all a single formula rearranged in a number of different ways. So you just have to like plug the things into the one formula and you've got it. It's easy peasy. Any jargony reading makes you freeze up? Yeah, but you're fine with math. See, I'm the opposite. The jargony reading is no problem for me. My brain loves language, and it refuses to listen when I try to explain to it that math is language. It's literally the same thing. It's just with numbers. But like, I don't know why it likes the one and not the other. Anyway, this ridiculous bundle of paws. Look at that. Look at this. What is happening here? these paws are too silly. That ridiculous bundle of paws and I are gonna go. We're gonna have some supper because it's supper time for cats, and I'm gonna take some photos of my nails, and then I'm gonna go not talk for the rest of the day. It is truly a jumble of toe beans. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me for the longest freaking stream ever. Holy heck. Do all the things down below with the buttons, and tell the people about the hippopotamus. And I'll see you next time. I might sing Fernando. Yes, it's entirely possible. Yeah, so we'll see you. We'll see you for Pi Day on Thursday. Anyone that can come hang out Thursday night. All right, bye. The baby.